Hare Krishna everyone. Please stand up for the Arati. Anyone? Start. Yeah. Jai Shri Radha Gokulananda ki, Jai Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Gaur Nitai ki, Prabhupada ki, Namo Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prastaya Bhutale, Srimadi Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimadi Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Sunyavari Pashata Deshatarine. Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Sunyavari Pashata Deshatarine. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavrinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktavrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Everyone. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Everyone. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram Patita Pavana Sita Ram Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram Patita Pavana Sita Ram Sitaram, 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 Jaya Sitaram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jaya Jaya Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe 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 Govinda Radhe Govinda Jaya Gaura Hari Radhe Govinda Jaya Gaura Hari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Shri Radhe. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitya Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitya Gaura Hari Bol. Jai Shri Radha Gokulananda ki, Jai Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki, Gaura Nitai ki, Prabhupada ki. Hare Krishna everyone. If you got some space, you can bow down. We are offering our obeisance to our Guru Parampara. So if you can got some space, you can bow down. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajaka Acharya Stotra Satashi Madhis Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajaka Acharya Stotra Satashi Madhis Divine Grace A.C. Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada ki. Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda ki. ISKCON founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada ki. Namacharya Haridas Thakur ki. Prem se kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda ki. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyam Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan ki. Tulsi Maharani Bhakti Devi ki. Vrindavan Dham Mathura Dham ki. Mayapur Dham Navadvip Dham ki. Jagannath Puri Dham Dwarka Puri Dham ki. Bhaktivedanta Manor ki. Harinam Sankirtan ki. Gaura Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. We humbly request everyone to be seated. We have the Narasimha prayer. The lyrics are there on the TV screen, so you can follow the lyrics and you can sing along as well, right? So please be seated. We'll have a Narasimha prayer, and after that we'll have a short session on Bhagavad Gita. So please be seated. And for devotees who are going on the way out, we have Mahaprasadam in the Haveli. Thank you.
mind the operation. Okay. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Praladalaadaine. Praladalaadaine. Hiranyakashi Purvakshaha. Hiranyakashi Purvakshaha. Shilatankanakalaye. 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 Ito Narsimo Parato Narsimo. Ito Narsimo Parato Narsimo. Yato Yato Yamitato Narsimo. Yato Yato Yamitato Narsimo. Bahe Narsimo Hridaye Narsimo. Hridaye Narsimo. Bahe Narsimo Hridaye Narsimo. Narasimhamadim Sharanam Prapade. Narasimhamadim Sharanam Prapade. Sabakara Kamalavade Nakam Adbhuta Shringa Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Bringa Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Savakara Kamalavade Nakam Adbhuta Shringa Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Bringa Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Savakara Kamalavade Nakam Adbhuta Shringa Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Bringa Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Kamalavade Nakam Adbhuta Shringa Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Bringa Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Narasimha Deva Jayo, Narasimha Deva Jayo. Narasimha Deva Jayo, Narasimha Deva Jayo, Narasimha Deva, Narasimha Deva, Narasimha Deva Jayo, Narasimha Deva Jayo. Jayo Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jayo Prahlad Maharaj, Jayo. Jayo Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jayo Prahlad Maharaj, Jayo. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gaur Premanande. Sri Radha Gokulanand ki, Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ji ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, everyone. It's a beautiful time to be. This is the first Ekadasi in the year, Shitala Ekadasi, and very fortunate because it is anything that you do on this Ekadasi day, it is very, very auspicious and it really goes into your spiritual bank balance. We are always in this material world, we are always thinking about our material bank balance, NatWest account, how much of account we have in this. But you know, these are the times, special times we have where during the Ekadasi day, anything that we do auspicious, it is something which goes into your spiritual bank balance and it is something for our own good, right? It will help us progressing in our spiritual lives. So on an Ekadasi day, if you have never chanted the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, this is the time to chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And if you have never read the Bhagavad Gita, as you can see, I'm holding one Bhagavad Gita in my hand. If you never had a chance to read the Bhagavad Gita, this is the chance on a day like this, on an Ekadasi day, to at least read one sloka from Bhagavad Gita. So we are all going to be doing one sloka together in a bit. But I just wanted to mention that how fortunate we are, because there are so many Bhagavad Gitas out there, right? There are more than 600 translations of Bhagavad Gita. But we are very fortunate because we have this Bhagavad Gita which is called as Bhagavad Gita as it is. This Bhagavad Gita. It has been translated by our Srila Prabhupada, who's sitting over there, and who has given us the most authentic version of Bhagavad Gita, which is called the Bhagavad Gita, exactly the way Sri Krishna Bhagavan spoke on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. That exactly word to word meaning has been given in this Bhagavad Gita. Because there are a lot of people, scholars, philosophers, a lot of people have translated Bhagavad Gita in the way they understand. But Bhagavad Gita can only be understood by a pure devotee of the Lord. Lord Sri Krishna tells in Bhagavad Gita that Arjuna, I am speaking this Bhagavad Gita to you because you are my devotee and my most dearest friend. So one of the qualifications to understand Bhagavad Gita is that we have to be a devotee of Krishna. And how can we be a devotee of Krishna? By just chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, by just reading Bhagavad Gita every day. So we're very fortunate we have this version of Bhagavad Gita. If you don't have, how many of you have Bhagavad Gita with you? Few hands. So for the people who have Bhagavad Gita, how many slokas are there in Bhagavad Gita? How many? 700 slokas are there in Bhagavad Gita. And how many chapters? 18 chapters, right? So 700 verses, 18 chapters, and Sri Krishna Bhagavan spoke about 575 verses in this Bhagavad Gita, right? And 83 by Arjuna. So this is a beautiful book where, this is the only book in the world where the Lord Sri Krishna Bhagavan, God is directly speaking to human mankind. Nowhere in the world will you find God directly speaking like this. So we are very fortunate over here because Krishna explains about everything to Arjuna. Karma Yoga, Sankhya Yoga, Jnana Yoga. But out of all of these things, the most important yoga, which is kept in the middle of the book, which is called as Bhakti Yoga. Because Sri Krishna Bhagavan tells, even though there is different ways to understand Krishna, Jnana Marg, Karma Yoga and all this, Krishna says, Bhakyamam abhijanati yavanyastasmi tattvataha tato mam tattvato jnana visite tad anantaram. Arjuna, the one and only way you can understand is not by Jnana Marg or Karma Marg. The only way you can understand by Bhakti Marg. And Bhakti starts with chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. You all know the very famous sloka in Bhagavad Gita. Almost everybody would have heard somewhere in the TV serials, at least in Mahabharata serial. Paritranaya sadhunam vinasaya cha duskritam dharma samstapanardaya Sambhavami yuge yuge. Excellent. So Krishna Bhagavan in that sloka, what is he saying? Arjuna, time and again, in different yugas, I come in different incarnations. In one yuga, I came in the form of Narasimhadev. In one yuga, in Treta Yuga, I came in the form of Ram. Like that, I came in different incarnation. But in in Kali Yuga, which incarnation did Sri Krishna Bhagavan come? It is mentioned in our scriptures, Kalikale Namarupa Krishna Avatar, which means Bhagavan Sri Krishna in Kali Yuga came in the avatar of this Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So this Hare Krishna Mahamantra which we are all chanting is the Nama avatar of Krishna. It's an incarnation, it's an avatar of Krishna. So immediately when we are chanting this Hare Krishna Mahamantra, we are immediately in contact with Krishna. Krishna is immediately there with us. And another beautiful thing that has happened is, how many of you are aware of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? Again, a few hands here and there, yeah? So for the benefit of everyone, so two things, important things that happen in Kali Yuga. In the scriptures it is mentioned, Kale dosha nidhi rajan hasti ek mahaguna kirtanad eva krishnasya mukta sango param prajait. Which means it is mentioned in the scriptures that out of all the yugas, this Kali Yuga is the most fallen yuga. We have 4 yugas, right? Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, and currently we are in Kali Yuga. And this Kali Yuga is the most horrible of all the yugas. So much of fault finding, hypocrisy, people not getting along with each other. So many things are going on. But the one good opportunity that we have in Kali Yuga is that by just chanting this Hare Krishna Mahamantra, we get completely moksha, and at the end, we go back to the supreme planet of Krishna, which is called as Goloka Vrindavan or Krishna Loka. So this is the highest benediction in Kali Yuga. It is possible that even though it's the most fallen yuga, the great benefit is that by chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, which we just now did, all of us we sang together, right? Just by doing this kirtan, it is so auspicious that we go back to the spiritual world after getting completely liberated, right? So another important thing which has happened, which I want to mention in Kali Yuga, which has happened, one, Krishna Bhagavan came in the form of this Hare Krishna Mahamantra, and second thing is, Krishna is so kind, he not only comes in the form of Narasimhadev and Ram avatar, but in Kali Yuga he came in the form of a devotee avatar called Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. You can see in the middle, this is called Panchatattva, all 5 of them, and in the middle you can see that is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, golden colored devotee, that is Bhagavan Sri Krishna himself came in the form of a devotee called Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Where did he appear? He appeared in a place called Mayapur, Navadip, in the 500 years ago in West Bengal. Right? He appeared out there. And why did Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appear? Because Krishna told that one and only way you can understand is the bhakti. Right? And how to do bhakti in Kali Yuga? Krishna Bhagavan himself came to show us how to do bhakti in the form of a devotee. You know, like sometimes the director of a movie, in order to show how the director, to the hero to act, he himself will act and show the hero, this is how you need to act, right? There is always a director behind everything. So similarly, Bhagavan Sri Krishna came in the avatar of a devotee to tell us this message that in Kali Yuga, Hare Nama, Hare Nama, Hare Nama iva kevalam, kalo nasti eva nasti eva nasti eva gatiranyata, which means in Kali Yuga, the one and only solution for God realization realization, the one and only solution for Atma realization, the one and only way to attain Krishna Prema is by always chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. He came to give us this message. And that is the reason why anywhere in nook and corner of the world, if you go to any Hare Krishna temple, we are always chanting Hare Krishna Mahamantra, because this has been given by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who is Swayam Bhagwan Sri Krishna himself. I'll introduce all the Panchatattva because we come to the Hare Krishna temple, ISKCON temple. We need to know, isn't it, what's the background of this temple, right? We all need to know, isn't it? We want to be educated. We want to be completely knowledgeable about our temple where we are going, right? So on the right side, next to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we can see in the blue color dhoti and the second from the left. You know who is? His name is Nityananda. I'll give you a clue who it is. Nityananda is, who's the brother of Krishna in Dwapara Yuga? Loud voices? Balaram, right? So Krishna and Balaram in Dwapara Yuga again come in the form of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Nityananda. So blue color dhoti is Swayam Balaram, who came in the avatar of a devotee. Extremely left, holding his hands like this in white color dhoti, that is Advaita Acharya. Again, he is a combination of Sadashiva and Mahavishnu. Right? And it is Advaita Acharya who actually prayed to Krishna, please come and deliver the fallen souls in Kali Yuga. And because of him, his prayers, the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came onto this. That is, Krishna himself came. On the extremely right side, second from the right, you can see holding his hand like that, wearing a purple colored dhoti, that is Gadadhar Pandit. And again, I'll tell you another hint. Who's always standing next to Krishna? Who's always before Krishna? Who's next to Krishna? Yes, that's exactly. Is it such a big puzzle? So that is Radharani, right? So Radharani in Dwapara Yuga again came in the form of a devotee called Gadadhar Pandit, right? And extremely right, holding his hands, he's called as Srinivas Pandit. And again, I'll give you another hint. Who's the greatest devotee of Narayana holding his veena in his hand and traveling across space? Narad Muni. I think Narad Muni is the most famous than anybody else, because whenever we ask about Panchatattva, he is the only one where we say, everybody agrees that he is Narad Muni. So yeah, it is Narad Muni, and again who came in the form of Srinivas Pandit. And it is Narad Muni's house for the very first time that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sang this Hare Krishna Mahamantra. It was in his house that the Kirtan has started. So we are very fortunate that we have the Panchatattva over here as well, giving us this Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And it is the philosophy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, it is the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who said that in next 10,000 years, this Hare Krishna Mahamantra, he predicted that it's going to be spread in every nook and corner of the world. Every town, every village will be chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra in future. And taking the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, our Srila Prabhupada, our Gurudev over there, Jagat Guru, at the age of 69 years, because his Guru told him, go to the Western countries and preach about Krishna. So he took the message of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that take the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, and he went in a cargo ship, surviving 2 heart attacks. And he had nobody, no money, nothing. He just landed in US without any single penny and without knowing anyone. Imagine the power of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. With nothing in his hand, he just sat under a tree and he was chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And everybody started gathering. See the power of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And slowly he started one temple in New York. And within 10 years, our Gurudev Srila Prabhupada built 108 temples all around the world. 108 temples. New Zealand, Australia, Japan, Germany, everywhere he built a temple over there. How fortunate we are, right? And why we are fortunate? Because this is the place where Prabhupada used to stay upstairs. And this is the place where he has personally installed the deities of Radha Gokulananda. That's why this is such a spiritual place, isn't it? And he circumambulated, went all around the world 14 times in the 10 years' time. So you can imagine how much he has done, our Srila Prabhupada has done for all of us. Today we are very fortunate, we are sitting in this mandir in the 80 acres of land, we are sitting in the middle in the mandir. It's all thanks to our Gurudev Srila Prabhupada, who has given us everything. If you ask about mantra, Srila Prabhupada has given us Mahamantra. This Hare Krishna is called as Mahamantra. People talk about yoga, Ashtanga Yoga, Hatha Yoga. Srila Prabhupada has given us the topmost yoga, which is called as Bhakti Yoga. Sri Krishna Bhagavan explains about Bhakti Yoga. Yoginam api sarvesam madgatenantaratmana shraddhavan bhajate yomam same yukta tamamataha. What is the definition of the topmost Bhakti Yoga? Sri Krishna Bhagavan is telling in Bhagavad Gita. One who is always thinking of Krishna within his heart. Why? Because Krishna is sitting in everyone's heart. So Krishna Bhagavan himself is giving the definition of topmost bhakti yoga. That one who's always thinking of Krishna within his heart and chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, and serving Krishna with a lot of faith. Krishna is saying, he is the most intimately united in me, and that is the highest form of yoga according to Krishna. So we all have to take this message from Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna Bhagavan is telling us the best form of yoga is Bhakti Yoga, and that starts with chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Krishna mentions the most important thing is, at the end of Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says one very important final instruction. You know what he says? Sarva dharman parichajya mamekam saranam vraja aham tvam sarva papebhyo mokshisyami masicha. All of us, we are suffering in this material world, right? So many anxieties, so many tensions and all these things. Why? Because we are suffering because of so many sins we have done from so many lifetimes. We don't know what we have done in our previous life, but we are suffering the sinful reactions of that. So Sri Krishna Bhagavan in this sloka, Moksha Yoga, chapter verse number 66, Krishna is saying, Sarva dharman parichajya mamekam. He's saying, abandon all varieties of rituals that you're doing. Just surrender unto me. Krishna is saying, and I will protect you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. So Krishna is giving us so much of confidence in life that if you can surrender to Krishna, and if you can trust in Krishna, have faith in Krishna, Krishna is saying, I will protect you from all sinful reactions. I will cancel all your bad karma. Your bad karma and everything, I will cancel it. Just all you have to do is surrender to Krishna. Now you may ask, what do we do to surrender to Krishna? We should do everything that is favorable to Krishna consciousness, and we should remove everything negative that is away from keeping us away from Krishna consciousness. Right? There will be some nice friends who will encourage you to spirituality. You should keep those kind of friends. Some people will discourage you if you do bhakti also. Should keep away from such kind of people. Right? You should have sattvic food which will get you closer to Krishna. So Bhagavan Sri Krishna says there are 4 sutras that you need to do in order to surrender to Krishna. What are those? Manmana bhava madbhakta majjadi mam namaskuru mam evaisasi yuktvaivam atmanam matparayana. Krishna says 4 things you need to do in order to surrender to Krishna. Engage your mind always in thinking of me. How can we always think of Krishna? By always chanting his Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Today early morning, because it is Ekadasi, I woke up at 4:30 in the morning and sat over there and continuously I was chanting Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna till 8:30, 32 rounds of chanting. But we can just start with 1 round of chanting. If you have never done, at least start with 1 round of chanting. So Krishna is saying first thing is engage your mind always in thinking of me. So just start chanting early in the morning when you wake up. Just sit in front of Krishna and just chant Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And second thing, become my devotee. How can you become a devotee? By doing things all favorable to Krishna consciousness. Read Bhagavad Gita every day. Just offer some fruits to Krishna and just chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Associate with the devotees who are devotees of Krishna. Like that you can become another devotee, right? You can all remember when we were young, if you are there with bad company, even you will also become bad. If you are sitting with devotees, you will also become another devotee. So like that, in that way we can always become a devotee of Krishna. And third thing is offer your obeisances to Krishna. You know, like everybody does. See, Prabhuji is doing offering obeisances. And the fourth thing Krishna says is, and worship me. Engage your mind thinking of me, become my devotee, offer your obeisances, and the fourth one is think of and worship me. And how to worship Krishna, I'm going to tell you now. Can I ask everyone to repeat after me? Krishna in this sloka is telling how to worship Krishna, right? So just repeat after me. Patram pushpam palam toyam yo me bhakta prayachati tad aham bhaktya upahritam asnami prayatatmana. So the sloka goes this way. Patram pushpam palam toyam yo me bhakta prayachati tadaham bhakti upahritam asnami prayatatmana. Sri Krishna Bhagavan is telling in chapter number 9, Raja Vidya Rajaguhya Yoga. He's saying that in verse number 26, if you offer me with love and devotion, with bhakti, with a prema, if you offer me 4 things, a flower, a fruit, a tulsi leaf or water. Just 4 things. Can't we get a flower for Krishna? If you don't get a flower, can you get some apples or fruits? Today morning before coming here, that's what I did. I put some water and I just kept some nice fruits around that. And that's all we had to do. Fruits, a flower or tulsi leaf, or if you don't have anything, offer some water. And Krishna is promising that I will surely accept it. You know, in Mahabharata, when Duryodhana invited Krishna for a Rajabhoga, Krishna refused to go, even though it was a Rajabhoga. Why? Because there was no prema. Duryodhana did not have any love for Krishna. He was so egoistic. I'm offering you a dinner, come and eat. But same Vidura, who is a devotee of Krishna, when he invited Krishna, Krishna happily went to his house. And he did not have anything at home. He offered banana. Even that banana he took and ate. And in that love, he offered the peel of the skin of the banana. Even that Krishna was ready to eat. So what the bottom line is, Krishna is saying that if you offer with prema, then I will surely accept it. Like, you know, they say there's a proof in the pudding. How do we know that Krishna has ate that food? When you all go out, when you have the Mahaprasadam, just taste the Mahaprasadam and see how it is. It will not be like the way we eat the food that is normally cooked. It will taste like nectar. Why? Because Krishna has honored that food. Krishna has eaten that food. We actually, in our material life, we can only see with our eyes, we can only eat with our hands. But for the Lord, He's got multipotency, which means that seeing the food, He Himself, He can enjoy with the food, with His eyes. So the Lord has that kind of a potencies. So we have to remember, why do we have to offer food to Krishna? On this Ekadasi day, I want to just tell you why we should offer food to Krishna. Yajna sista asina santo, muchante sarva kilbishai, bunjate agam papa, ye pachante atma karanat. Sri Krishna Bhagavan is telling, for your own benefit, if you offer Krishna food and then if you eat, Krishna is saying, I will bless that food and that food will become karma free food and that will become your prasadam. But if you don't offer it to Krishna and you eat it, because that food has so much of karma in it, because you know when the food is coming, it must have come in some vehicle, something would have, insects would have died, when the fire is going on, maybe some insect would have died, all that karma will come to you. So Krishna is saying the best way to eat karma free food, spiritual food, is just all you have to do is Om Radha Gokula Arpanam. Just offer it to Krishna. Krishna, please accept this food. Just say Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Or say Mahaprasade Govinde. And just offer it to Krishna and say, please Krishna, accept it. In fact, when you offer some fruits, first you should offer to Radharani. Every time Radharani comes first. Here in the mandir, what do we call our deities? Radha Gokulananda, Radha Govinda, Radha Madan Mohan. Every time Radha comes, Radhama comes. Even the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, what is Hare? Hare is none other but another name of Radharani. One other name of Radharani is Hara. So first, when we say Hare Krishna Mahamantra, we are first praying to Radharani. Dear Radharani, please help us to reach Krishna. And when Radharani is recommending to Krishna, Krishna will never say no. So always go through Radharani, go to Krishna through Radharani. So we always have to remember why we are giving you this message as we all come to this Hare Krishna temple. So you should have some takeaways, isn't it? Sometimes we go to the bakery and take away something, but we should have bhakti takeaways, spiritual takeaways. When we come to the Krishna Mandir, what is Sri Krishna Bhagavan telling us in Bhagavad Gita? This is what is very important. There is 4 sutras that Krishna says. 4 sutras, because we are also identified with the body. Are we this body? Are we Atma? What are we? We are Atma, right? So 4 sutras, Krishna Bhagavan mentions about not more than 4, 5 sutras he says. One is, the body is not all in all. There is a Atma behind this. There is a Atma. We are what? We are Atma and not this body. Dehinosmin yata dehi kaumaram yavanam jada tata dehantra prapti deras tatra muhyate. So Krishna Bhagavan is explaining us that this body is constantly changing. We were children at one time, later we grew up, later we had a teenage body, later we had a middle-aged body, later we become an old body. Like that, our body is constantly changing, isn't it? But the Atma is always the same. The Atma is always existing. Did I come to an end? When I was I had a small body, a baby-like body, and after that I got another body. So what happened to the baby body? That baby body is gone. But the Atma is still there. We are still alive because the Atma is still there. So the first sutra that Krishna says is, the body is not all in all, we are Atma. Second sutra is, this life is not all in all. We had so many millions of lives before this, and we will continue to have millions of lives before this, after this. The very first thing that Krishna tells Arjuna on the battlefield of Kurukshetra is, Natvevaham jatu nasam natvam neme janadipa na chaiva na bhavishyamaha sarve vayamataha baram. Krishna tells Arjuna, don't think that you're going to kill your grandfather and your Dronacharya. Just remember this, all the people on the battlefield, they had so many thousands of lives before this life. And now they are standing on the battlefield. After they are killed, only the body dies. Again, the Atma will go into another body, and in future also they'll have so many bodies. So, this life is not the only life. We had so many lives before this, and we will continue to have more lives. And the third sutra that Krishna says is, this material universe is not the only universe. There is a spiritual world out there. This material universe is only 1/4. The remaining 3/4 is the spiritual world. Do you know what's the original name of Hinduism is called? Yes? You got it actually. Yes. Why is it called Sanatan Dharma? Why is our religion called as Sanatan Dharma? Sanatana means eternal, that which doesn't change. So the Atma doesn't change. So Atma is called as Sanatana. Paramatma never changes. Paramatma is called as Sanatana. The spiritual world from where we all of us originally came, that is called as Sanatana. So Krishna Bhagavan is explaining that in Bhagavad Gita. Just don't think that this material world is the only world. There is a spiritual world. And the whole point of chanting this Hare Krishna Mahamantra is that by continuously chanting throughout your life Hare Krishna Mahamantra, Sri Krishna Bhagavan is telling towards the end of the life, if you remember Krishna and chant this Hare Krishna Mahamantra, we will directly go back to the original universe from where we came, which is called as Sanatana. Which is called as the highest Vaikunta planet, which is called as Goloka Vrindavan. So Krishna Bhagavan is giving us this message through Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that daily if you chant this Hare Krishna Mahamantra and remember Krishna towards the end of your life, you will directly go back to the spiritual world. Right? And not only that, another sutra that Krishna says is, not only that there is an Atma in everybody's body, there is something called as Paramatma. The Sri Krishna Bhagavan is existing in everyone's heart as Paramatma. In this material world, all of us, we are stuck with temporary designations. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm an Indian, I'm a Russian, like that. But Krishna Bhagavan is telling us in Bhagavad Gita, Mamai Vamsa Jiva Loke Jiva Bhuta Sanatana Mana Shastrin Indriyani Prakriti Stani Karshati. Which means Krishna Bhagavan is telling all of you are Jiva Atmas, and all of you Atma are part and parcel of the Supreme Paramatma. That means we all belong to Paramatma, Sri Krishna Bhagavan. We have forgotten this relationship with Krishna. All of us, we have a genuine, eternal relationship with Krishna. But, so there is love in everybody's heart for Krishna, but it is sleeping. How to wake up this love for Krishna is by chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So now you understand why we are chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, to awaken the love for Krishna, because everybody's heart there is dormant love for Krishna. But we have to wake up that love for Krishna by chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And that's the reason why we are doing that. So remember these Gita slokas, that body is not all in all. There is Atma, which is who we are. This life is not the only life. We had many, many lives before this and after that as well. This material world is not the only world. There is a spiritual world. And Atma is not the only one. There is a supreme Paramatma also, who is actually taking care. In fact, Krishna Bhagavan says in Bhagavad Gita, Suhridum Sarva Bhutanam, which means, I am your best friend, I am your best well-wisher. But we have forgotten this best friend and well-wisher. And where is this best friend residing? He's sitting in our heart. Ishvara Sarva Bhutanam, Hrideshi Arjuna Tishtati. I am sitting in everyone's heart. So this is the reason why we are asking everybody to chant, so that to awaken this love. And when you awaken that, Krishna will become your best friend, like how he became a friend of Arjuna. And he will talk to you, you can walk with him, you can talk to him, because we are chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So this is our message from Bhagavad Gita. So our kindly request on this Ekadasi day, we are taking this time to spending time giving you the message from Bhagavad Gita. And we did a nice kirtan. You've done very auspicious things. Krishna says like, Janma Karma Cham, very important sloka, remember this. People say, what do we get by listening to Bhagavad Gita, right? Or Lord do we get by listening to Harikatha? People ask. But Sri Krishna Bhagavan is telling in Bhagavad Gita, Janma Karma Chami Divyam Evam Yoveti Taktutaha Chaktudeham Punarjanma Naiti Mameti Swarjana. All of us, because of our karma, we are again born, again we born, die, again born, die, again we born. We are going through this life and death for so many millions of life. But Sri Krishna Bhagavan is telling us in Bhagavad Gita that those people are listening to Bhagavad Gita, those people are listening to Hari Katha. Even if you understand Krishna Bhagavan, the Tattva, Krishna Tattva, if you understand that, those devotees who understand about Hari Katha and Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is saying towards the end of the life, they will no more come back into this material world. No more birth for you. No more birth and death for you. You will directly go back to Krishna Loka. So we want to give you this message, our humble request, every day in the morning, get up, chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, offer some fruits and flowers to Krishna, and just read one sloka from Bhagavad Gita. That's all. That's all you have to do. And if you daily read only one sloka from Bhagavad Gita, Krishna will inspire you so much that within no time you will start reading more and more of Bhagavad Gita. And then you will have so many spiritual friends. In this mandir, we have so many satsangs. So if anyone is interested in Bhagavad Gita, if you want to be part of a satsang, if you want to have some spiritual friends, let us know. We are ready to add you onto nice spiritual sanghas where you can progress very well in your spiritual life. Because just like how you have your material friends who will take you to, clubs and restaurants and all that, if you have spiritual friends, they will give you so much of knowledge, they will share so much of knowledge. Every day we have a sangha where 5:30 all the devotees, they gather online and they discuss about and they chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Every Saturday they join online and they will discuss Bhagavad Gita. Every Thursday I myself give a class on Krishna Katha to explain all the leelas of Krishna. So like that we are all doing our best to share this knowledge. You are so fortunate to be born in Sanatana Dharma. Manushyanam sahasreshu kaschid yatati siddhaye katitam dhanam kaschin mam veti tattva. Krishna himself is telling, out of 1,000 people, hardly one person is interested in spirituality. Out of those people who are interested in spirituality, hardly one person knows about Krishna. He himself is telling. And if you have all come here to understand Krishna, you are all very, very fortunate people. You can never go to a Krishna mandir. When Krishna calls, you come to a Krishna mandir. So we should have that realization that Krishna has called us and we have come here. And we are so fortunate, not only we have Radha Gokulananda, Sitaram, Lakshman, Hanuman, we have our Gurudev, Srila Prabhupada, and our Parampara over here also. Sri Krishna Bhagavan tells in Bhagavad Gita a very important thing. Tadvidde pranipatena pariprasnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnaninas tattva darshana. Krishna is telling in Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna, every one of you should have a guru in your life, a spiritual master in your life. And we already have a spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada over here, who has given us all the knowledge, chanting, Mahamantra, Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam, everything, deity worship. Any nook and corner of the world, there is a Hare Krishna temple. So Krishna, Srila Prabhupada has done everything for us. Now it is up to us to take this next step towards it. So on an auspicious day of this Ekadasi day, you can take the decision. You can let me, from tomorrow onwards, let me read Bhagavad Gita one sloka. It's there all online also. And let me start chanting the Hare Krishna Mantra. Like that you can do that, right? So I want to humbly thank each one of you for giving me this opportunity to serve you. I feel very humbled and grateful. All of you very sat, very, very interestingly, you've been listening very patiently. And that's your kindness. And you, of course, you are true devotees of Krishna. That's the reason why you have all that Sattva gunas in you, all of you. So can I ask everyone, keep your hands up in the mode of surrender. See, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu showed us, like as a devotee, he showed us how to surrender to Krishna. When you keep your hands up, you are saying, Krishna Tavasmi, which means, Krishna, I am yours. Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna! Krishna Krishna! Hare Hare! Hare Rama! Hare Rama! Rama Rama! Hare Hare! Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna! Krishna Krishna! Hare Hare! Hare Rama! Hare Rama! Rama Rama! Hare Hare! Thank you very much. Wish you a very happy Bogi and happy Makar Sankranti as well. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. We'll be having Kirtan shortly. Thank you.
Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya And we're back. So we're going to sing some prayers. Yeah, it'll take a few minutes. This is called Mangalacharana. The purpose is to invoke auspiciousness and to plead, to ask for the mercy of our spiritual masters and all the devotees of the Lord who are just like desire trees and can fulfill the desire of everyone. And then we're going to continue reading from this book, which is called Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It's a very wonderful book. If you can get a copy, get it. Don't delay. But we're reading from this almost every day here because that's why this temple exists, to give people an opportunity to hear about Krishna. So the best way to hear about Krishna is to talk about him. But if you don't know Krishna and you have nothing to talk about, then you need to read from someone who does know him. Yeah, so Srila Prabhupada, our spiritual master here in ISKCON, he left us many, many books describing the Lord and his qualities, his pastimes, his form. And when we read such words spoken by a self-realized person, such a great saintly spiritual master, then we become immensely benefited. So therefore we're going to be hearing from this book. And we can also discuss some things if you have any questions or reflections. Yeah. But first of all, let's sing these prayers. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Svayam Rupakarahmayam Darati Svaparantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Parakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Ragunatanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Param Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhan Vitamscha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Sarasvate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatare Shatarine Vancha Kalpatarupyascha Kripasindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Maha Varanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Goratvise Namaha Hey Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vatsari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay, so chapter 3, the birth of Lord Krishna. So Mother Devaki, the mother of the Lord, she is offering prayers to Krishna just after his appearance. Yeah, he appears in this world not as an ordinary human child, but he appears with full regalia. He appears in beautiful clothing and wonderfully decorated and with a full head of hair. Because the Lord, when he comes to this world, he does not assume a material body. He does not take on a material body. When we come here, we accept a material body. And when this body is no good anymore, when it's decrepit and on its last legs, then death occurs. And then we have to accept another body, a different kind of body, offered by the material energy. But Krishna, he does not appear in that way. He appears in his original transcendental form, which is imperishable. It is not subject to the conditions of birth, old age, disease, or death. Krishna's body is, yes, imperishable, infallible, and eternal. And when he comes here, he comes to vanquish the demons who are causing trouble on the face of the earth. And he comes to give pleasure to his devotees. He comes, of course, to enjoy pastimes himself. God has no other purpose than to enjoy. He has no other thing to achieve. But he likes to enjoy in the company of his devotees. And therefore he comes. So he has just appeared. And Mother Devaki is offering her prayers. She's continuing here. Therefore, my Lord, I request you to save me from the cruel hands of Kamsa, the son of Ugrasena. I am praying to your Lordship to please rescue me from this fearful condition, because you are always ready to give protection to your servitors. The Lord has confirmed this statement in the Bhagavad Gita by assuring Arjuna, you may declare to the world, my devotee shall never be vanquished. So in the 9th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Krishna said to Arjuna that I want you to declare it. I want you to make the promise that my devotee will never be vanquished. Why does Krishna ask Arjuna to make this declaration? Why does he not make it himself? Why does Krishna not just say, yes, yes, my devotee will never be vanquished? Why does he ask Arjuna to say this thing? Does anybody know? No? Not sure? Okay. Do you want to hear the answer? Yeah? 2 people want to hear the answer. Okay, so I'll give you the answer. Sometimes Krishna has to break his promise. Sometimes. Sometimes he has to break his promise in order to protect his dearest devotees. Yeah? Just like on the battle of Kurukshetra, in order to save Arjuna from the attack of Bhishma Dev, Krishna himself had to raise a weapon. Previously, he had given the promise that he would not take up arms during the battle. That was his agreement. Yeah, he would give the Pandavas his military force, but he personally would not fight in the battle. He had agreed to that. That was one of the terms, But in the course of the battle, Arjuna came into great difficulty. Bhishma fought so strenuously that Arjuna was in trouble. And the only way to save Arjuna, was if Krishna took up a weapon and defended him against Bhishma Dev's attack. So sometimes Krishna may have to break his own word just to protect his devotee. He knows this. And therefore, he said to Arjuna, I want you to make this promise. I want you to say that my devotee is never vanquished. Because if Arjuna makes the promise, Krishna can break his own word, but he can never break the word of his devotee. Krishna will always uphold the promise of his devotee. Therefore, he requested Arjuna to make this promise. If Arjuna makes the promise that Krishna's devotee will never be vanquished, never destroyed, Krishna must protect such a declaration because it was made by Arjuna. Arjuna made the promise. And Arjuna's promise must be upheld. Right? Krishna doesn't mind breaking his own promise in certain situations where he feels he has to. But he cannot tolerate the word of his devotee going unnoticed or being untrue. He won't tolerate that. Therefore, he asked Arjuna to declare it boldly that my devotee will never be vanquished. My devotee never perishes. I always protect my devotee because I love my devotees very much. So Mother Devaki is mentioning this fact to the Lord. That you have said this thing. This is your statement in Bhagavad Gita. Because Bhagavad Gita is eternal. While thus praying to the Lord for rescue, Mother Devaki nonetheless expressed her motherly affection. She said, I understand that this transcendental form is generally perceived in meditation by the great sages. But I am still afraid because as soon as Kamsa understands that you have appeared, he might harm you. So I request that for the time being, you become invisible to our material eyes. So she knew the power of Krishna's transcendental form. But because of her motherly affection, she was still afraid for the Lord. She was still afraid that Kamsa would try to kill him. So I just want to remind everybody, this is not for everybody, but just in case anybody forgets. In the temple room, our purpose is to hear as focused, in a focused way. We want to hear about Krishna. And therefore the ability to speak about Krishna and to hear about Krishna is helped if we come into the temple and we are intent on that purpose, and we're also careful not to disturb those talks. So I just want to remind everybody, this is for any time and at all times, that when we come into the temple room, we want to remain respectful and silent as far as possible. And if we need to speak, then we can do so outside. Thank you. So she is worried that Kamsa might harm the Lord. And she says, so I request that for the time being, you become invisible to our material eyes. In other words, she requested the Lord to assume the form of an ordinary child. So Krishna first of all appeared in his Narayana form, his full-fledged, four-armed Narayan form. And then he assumed the form of an ordinary child. Devaki continued, my only cause of fear from my brother Kamsa is due to your appearance. My Lord Madhusudana, I wish that Kamsa may not learn that you are already born. Therefore, I request you to conceal this four-armed form of your lordship, which holds the four symbols of Vishnu, namely the conch shell, the disc, the club, and the lotus flower. My dear Lord, at the end of the annihilation of the cosmic manifestation, you put the whole universe within your abdomen. Still, by your unalloyed mercy, you have appeared in my womb. I am surprised that you imitate the activities of ordinary human beings just to please your devotee. So she recognizes that when the universe comes to its end, then it amalgamates back into the body of the Lord. In fact, there are innumerable universes, yes? They come out of the skin pores of Mahavishnu. So many. When he exhales, so many universes emanate from the pores of his body. And when he breathes in again, all of those universes enter back into him. Can we just imagine, the contents of so many universes? Mother Devaki knows this, and she says that still, by your mercy, you have appeared in my womb. I am surprised that you imitate the activities of ordinary human beings just to please your devotee. Krishna doesn't need to enter the womb of any mother. He certainly doesn't need to appear from anybody's womb. He can appear at will, anywhere and everywhere, by whatever means he chooses or pleases. But just for the satisfaction of his devotee, who has motherly affection toward him, he agrees to appear in her womb and to take birth. As if he were an ordinary child, which he is not. Does anybody have any points or questions at this stage? Anybody? No? I'll keep reading. On hearing the prayers of Devaki, the Lord replied, my dear mother, in the millennium of Swayambhuva Manu, my father, Vasudeva, was living as one of the Prajapatis. His name at that time was Sutapa, and you were his wife named Prishni. So the Lord here is referring to a bygone age, a different time, when his present father was one of the Prajapatis, one of the universal progenitors. His name at that time was Sutapa, and Mother Devaki was called Prishni at that time. At that time, when Lord Brahma was desiring to increase the population, he requested you to generate offspring. You controlled your senses and performed severe austerities. By practicing the breathing exercises of the yoga system, both you and your husband could tolerate all the influences of the material laws. The rainy season, the onslaught of the wind, and the scorching heat of the sunshine. You also executed all religious principles. In this way, you were able to cleanse your heart and control the influences of the material laws. In executing your austerity, you used to eat only the leaves of the trees which fell to the ground. Then, with a steady mind and controlled sex drive, you worshipped me, desiring some wonderful benediction from me. Both of you practiced severe austerities for 12,000 years by the calculation of the demigods. During that time, your mind was always absorbed in me. When you were executing devotional service and always thinking of me within your heart, I was very much pleased with you. O sinless Mother, your heart is therefore always pure. At that time also I appeared before you in this form just to fulfill your desire, and I asked you to ask whatever you desired. At that time you wished to have me born as your son. Although you saw me personally, instead of asking for your complete liberation from material bondage, under the influence of my energy, you asked me to become your son. In other words, to appear in the material world, the Lord selected his mother and father, namely Prishni and Sutapa. Whenever the Lord comes as a human being, he must have a mother and a father. So he selected Prishni and Sutapa to be his mother and father perpetually. And on account of this, neither Prishni nor Sutapa could ask the Lord for liberation. Liberation is not so important as the transcendental loving service of the Lord. The Lord could have awarded Prishni and Sutapa immediate liberation, but he preferred to keep them within this material world for his different appearances, as will be explained in the following verses. On receiving the benediction from the Lord to become his father and mother, Sutapa and Prishni retired from the activities of austerity and lived as husband and wife in order to beget a child who was the Supreme Lord himself. In due course of time, Prishni became pregnant and gave birth to the child. The Lord spoke to Devaki and Vasudeva. At that time, my name was Prishni Garbha. In the next millennium, you took birth as Aditi and Kashyapa, and I became your child of the name Upendra. At that time, my form was just like a dwarf, and for this reason, I was known as Vamanadeva. How many of you have heard of Vamanadeva? Yeah? Vamanadeva, he's famous as the dwarf incarnation of the Lord. Yeah? He begged. He didn't beg. He asked for 3 steps of land from Bali Maharaj. Yes? And in this way, he tricked Bali to give him the whole universe, because in 2 steps, he covered the entire universe from top to bottom. Right? The Lord continues, I gave you the benediction that I would take birth as your son 3 times. The first time I was known as Prishni Garbha, born of Prishni and Sutapa. In the next birth I was Upendra, born of Aditi and Kashyapa. And now for the 3rd time I am born as Krishna, from you, Devaki and Vasudeva. I have appeared in this Vishnu form just to convince you that I am the same Supreme Personality of Godhead, again taken birth. I could have appeared just like an ordinary child, but in that way you would not have believed that the Supreme Personality of Godhead had taken birth in your womb. My dear Father and Mother, you have therefore raised me many times as your child, with great affection and love. And I am therefore very much pleased and obliged to you. And I assure you that this time you shall go back home, back to Godhead, on account of your perfection in your mission. I know you are very concerned about me and afraid of Kamsa. Therefore, I order you to take me immediately to Gokula and exchange me for the daughter who has just been born to Yashoda. So in Gokula, a daughter had just been born to Mother Yashoda, and Krishna, who had just taken birth in Mathura, in the prison of Kamsa, he requested his parents to make a switch. Having spoken thus to his father and mother, the Lord turned himself into an ordinary child in their presence and remained silent. Being ordered by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vasudeva prepared to take his son from the delivery room, and exactly at that time, a daughter was born to Nanda and Yashoda. She was Yoga Maya, the internal potency of the Lord. By the influence of this internal potency, Yoga Maya, all the residents of Kamsa's palace, especially the doorkeepers, were overwhelmed with deep sleep, and all the palace doors opened, although they were barred and shackled with iron chains. The night was very dark, but as soon as Vasudeva took Krishna on his lap and went out, he could see everything just as in the sunlight. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, it is said that Krishna is just like sunlight, and that wherever there is Krishna, the illusory energy, which is compared to darkness, cannot remain. Yeah? As soon as the sun rises in the morning, the darkness is finished. There is no possibility of darkness standing in the presence of the sun. In the same way, where Krishna appears, there is no possibility of his illusory Maya. When Vasudeva was carrying Krishna, the darkness of the night disappeared. All the prison doors automatically opened. At the same time, there was thunder in the sky and severe rainfall. While Vasudeva was carrying his son Krishna in the falling rain, Lord Shesha, in the shape of a serpent, spread his hood over the head of Vasudeva so that he would not be hampered by the rainfall. Vasudeva came onto the bank of the Yamuna and saw that the water of the Yamuna was soaring with waves and that the whole span was full of foam. Still, in that furious feature, the river gave passage to Vasudeva to cross, just as the great Indian Ocean gave a path to Lord Rama when he was bridging over the gulf. So the Lord is in total control of all of his energies, in complete control of the environment. Lord Ramachandra wants a bridge over to Lanka, the ocean obliges. Yes? Krishna wants a path across the river Yamuna so his father can carry him safely. The Yamuna obliges. In this way, Vasudeva crossed the river Yamuna. On the other side, he went to the place of Nanda Maharaj, situated in Gokula, where he saw that all the cowherd men were fast asleep. He took the opportunity to silently enter the house of Yashoda, and without difficulty, he exchanged his son for the baby girl newly born there. Then, after entering the house very silently and exchanging the boy for the girl, he returned to the prison of Kamsa and silently put the girl on the lap of Devaki. He again clamped the shackles on himself so that Kamsa could not recognize that so many things had happened. Mother Yashoda understood that a child had been born to her, but because she was very tired from the labor of childbirth, she fell fast asleep. When she awoke, she could not remember whether she had given birth to a male or a female child. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 3rd chapter of Krishna, the birth of Lord Krishna. Any questions at this point? Any reflections? You had something? Okay, I'll do my best.
First one is, so every time a Vishnu avatar comes on earth, do they know that they are trying to Lord Vishnu from the get-go, or is there...
Every time, I'll just repeat your question. Every time a Vishnu avatar appears on the earth, does the Vishnu avatar, is the Vishnu avatar conscious of his being the personality of Godhead? Truthfully, I think you would need to ask that question to the Lord himself.
Because by the sound of this, it sounds like they know.
Oh yes. I mean, the thing is that he's not a different person. He knows who he is. Right? But let's make a helpful distinction here. All of the Vishnu Tattva forms are the personality of Godhead. Yes, they are not Jiva Tattva, they're not like us, not subjected to the conditions of the material world. They're completely transcendental, eternal. They don't take material bodies, they're not bewildered by this material energy. Yeah? They're always Satchidananda, eternal, full of knowledge, cognizance, and full of bliss. They're all Vishnu Tattva forms. We say plenary expansions of the Lord, which means they're non-different from the Lord. Just like if I take an original candle, I can light many other candles, and each of the flames burns as brightly as the original candle. So all of them are the personality of Godhead. At the same time, we can make this distinction. Lord Krishna is the personality of Godhead who is worshipped by all other personalities. Therefore, we say that he is Sevya Bhagavan. He is Bhagavan who is always worshipped by everyone else in whatever tattva or category they fall. Yeah? All other forms of Godhead are Sevaka Bhagavan, which means that we use the phrase the Supreme Personality of Servitor Godhead, which means one personality of Godhead is the served, and other personalities of Godhead are also servants. They consider themselves servants, just like Lord Balaram. Lord Balaram is Krishna's elder brother, and he is the immediate expansion of Krishna. He's Krishna's second body. Yeah? The first, if I was to take my original candle, the first other candle that I light, yeah? That analogy can help us understand Balaram's position. He's the immediate expansion of Krishna. But he considers himself a servant of Krishna. It's not just that all the jivas, the infinitesimal tiny spirit souls who are bewildered in the material world and are seeking liberation, it's not just that all of them are constitutionally and eternally servants of God, but even God himself is a servant of God. Lord Balaram considers himself servant of Krishna. And all incarnations of the Lord ultimately are servants of Krishna. They know who they are. And they also know who Krishna is as well. But he's not a displaced person. He's one person. It's hard for us to comprehend it exactly because we are restricted to one place, one location in time, this body. But Krishna does not have that restriction. He is an unlimited person. And he can expand himself as he pleases unlimitedly. But when he does so, all of his purposes coincide with the purpose of his complete personality, Krishna. Just like we have a personality, but we don't always manifest every subtle, or we don't always manifest every part of our personality. In certain situations, we show more of who we are, depending on who we're with, depending on the formality or the informality of the situation. We're complicated beings. We're multi-layered and deep people, are we not? At least, we should be. And so how deep is Krishna? So it's not that he always shows every quality. He doesn't show every little, piece of his personality. But however he appears, and wherever he appears, he is God. He knows who he is. It would be an interesting question to ask him, Are you always conscious of your ontological position? Are you always conscious of the fact that you are the cause of all causes? Certainly his devotees are not conscious of it always. His pure devotees, in Vrindavan especially, practically they have no idea that he's God. They just think he's the most adorable, wonderful, lovable person, and therefore their entire lives are dedicated to him. If they knew or remembered that he was the absolute truth and the cause of all causes and the Supreme Godhead, that would get in the way of their loving relationship. So they definitely don't know it. But that's for the sake of Leela, for the sake of their loving relationship. Is that okay? Hare Krishna. Anything else? Okay, let's keep going. Chapter 4. Kamsa begins his persecutions. After Vasudeva adjusted things as they had been before he carried Krishna to Gokula, and all the doors and gates became similarly closed, the gatekeepers awoke and heard the newborn child crying. Kamsa was waiting to hear the news of the child's birth, and the gatekeepers immediately approached him and informed him that the child was born. At that time, Kamsa got up from his bed very quickly and exclaimed, "Now the cruel death of my life is born." Kamsa became perplexed now that his death was approaching, and his hair scattered. Immediately he proceeded toward the palace where the child was born. Devaki, on seeing her brother approaching, prayed in a very meek attitude to Kamsa. "My dear brother, please do not kill this female child. I promise that this child will be the wife of your son. Therefore, don't kill her. You are not to be killed by any female child. The omen was that you are to be killed by a male child, so please do not kill her. My dear brother, you have killed so many of my children who were just born, shining like the sun. That is not your fault. You have been advised by demoniac friends to kill my children. But now I beg you to excuse this girl at least, please. Let her live as my daughter." Kamsa was so cruel that he did not listen to the pitiful prayers of his sister Devaki. He forcibly grabbed the newborn child to rebuke his sister and attempted to dash her on a stone mercilessly. This is a graphic example of a cruel demon who could sacrifice all relationships for the sake of personal gratification. Now, this is the nature of demons. They are prepared to do any terrible thing just for their own whim. Right, what kind of a person would grab a newly born child and attempt to dash her on a stone? But the child immediately slipped out of his hands, went up into the sky, and appeared with 8 arms as the younger sister of Vishnu. She was decorated with nice garments and flower garlands and ornaments. In her 8 hands she held a bow, lance, arrows, sword, conch shell, disc, club, and shield. Seeing the appearance of the child, who was actually the goddess Durga, all the demigods from different planets like Siddha Loka, Charana Loka, Gandharva Loka, Apsara Loka, Kinnara Loka, and Uraga Loka presented her with various articles and began to offer their respective prayers. From above, the goddess addressed Kamsa, "You rascal, how can you kill me? The child who will kill you is already born before me somewhere within this world. Don't be so cruel to your poor sister." After this appearance, Goddess Durga became known by various names in various parts of the world. After hearing these words, Kamsa became very much overwhelmed with fear. Out of pity, he immediately released Vasudeva and Devaki from the bondage of their shackles and very politely began to address them. He said, "My dear sister and brother-in-law, I have acted just like a demon in killing my own nephews, your children, and thereby I have given up all consideration of our intimate relationship. I do not know what will be the result of these envious acts of mine. Probably I shall be sent to the hell where killers of brahmanas go. I am surprised, however, that the celestial prophecy has not come true. It is not only in human society that false propaganda is found. Now it appears that even the celestial denizens speak lies. Because I believed in the words of the celestial denizens, I have committed so many sins by killing the children of my sister. My dear Vasudeva and Devaki, you are both very great souls. I have no instructions to give you, but still I request that you not be sorry for the death of your children. Every one of us is under the control of superior power, and that superior power does not allow us to remain together. We are bound to be separated from our friends and relatives in due course of time. But we must know for certain that even after the disappearance of the different material bodies, the soul remains intact eternally. For example, there are many pots made of earthly clay, and they are prepared and also broken. But in spite of this, the earth remains as it is perpetually. Similarly, the bodies of the soul under different conditions are made and destroyed, but the spirit soul remains eternally. So there is nothing to lament over. Everyone should understand that this material body is different from the spirit soul, and so long as one does not come to that understanding, he is sure to accept the processes of transmigration from one body to another. And so even Kamsa here is speaking of the distinction between the soul and the material body. And in this way attempting to pacify his sister. My dear sister Devaki, you are so gentle and kind. Please excuse me. Don't be aggrieved by the death of your children, which I have caused. Actually, this was not done by me, because all these are predestined activities. Right now he's very cleverly attempting to absolve himself of responsibility. One has to act according to the predestined plan, even unwillingly. People misunderstand that with the end of the body, Hare Krishna. People misunderstand that with the end of the body, the self dies, or they think that one can kill another living entity. All these misconceptions oblige one to accept the conditions of material existence. In other words, as long as one is not firmly convinced of the eternality of the soul, one is subjected to the tribulation of being killer and killed. My dear sister Devaki and brother-in-law Vasudeva, kindly excuse the atrocities I have committed against you. I am very poor-hearted, and you are so great-hearted, so take compassion upon me and excuse me. You ready? So it's interesting here that Kamsa is actually speaking very sound philosophy. Yeah? That as long as one is not situated in spiritual knowledge, then one must continue in the transmigration process, taking birth, dying, being responsible for killing, being killed, all of these things. So now we're going to have Bhagavad Gita class until 7 o'clock. Hare Krishna. Okay.
Hare Krishna. So right now we'll have a short kirtan followed by some discussion on one of the verses of Bhagavad Gita. So if devotees feel inspired, they can participate. Hare Krishna. Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari, Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari, Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari, Jai Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari, Gopi Jana Vallabha. Ravanachari Yamunatira Yamunatira Vanachari Yamunatira Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari, Jai Radha Madhava Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari, Jai Radha Madhava Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Shri Radhe Jai Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman Prabhupada 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 Jai Prabhupada Jai Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ki Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki Shri Prabhupada ki Gaur Premanande. So a very warm welcome to you all to this evening's Bhagavad Gita class. We are discussing from Bhagavad Gita chapter 4. Today's text is text 16. So we will be reciting the Sanskrit. If possible, please try to recite after me. Kim karma kim akarmeti Kim karma kim akarmeti Kavayo apyatra mohitaah Kavayo apyatra mohitaah Tatte karma pravakshami Tatte karma pravakshami Yaj gyatva moksha se ashubhat Yaj gyatva moksha se ashubhat Kim karma kim akarmeti Kavayo apyatra mohitaah Tatte karma pravakshami Yaj gyatva moksha se ashubhat. Would anyone like to try? Kim karma kim akarmeti Kavayo apyatra mohitaah Kim karma kim akarmeti Kavayo apyatra mohitaah Tatte karma pravakshami Yaj gyatva moksha se shubhat. Kim karma kim akarmeti Kavayo apyatra mohitaah Tatte karma pravakshami Yaj gyatva. Thank you. Kim, what is? Karma, action. Kim, what is? Akarma, inaction. Iti, thus. Kavayaha, the intelligent. Api, also. Atra, in this matter. Mohitaha, are bewildered. Tat, that. Te, unto you. Karma, work. Pravakshyami, I shall explain. Yat, which. Gyatva, knowing. Mokshase, you will be liberated. Ashubhat, from ill fortune. Translation, please listen carefully. Even the intelligent are bewildered in determining what is action and what is inaction. Now I shall explain to you what action is, knowing which you shall be liberated from all misfortune. So this verse is being spoken by Krishna to Arjuna. Purport. Action in Krishna consciousness has to be executed in accord with the examples of previous bona fide devotees. This is recommended in the 15th verse. Why such action should not be independent will be explained in the text to follow. To act in Krishna consciousness, one has to follow the leadership of authorized persons who are in line of disciplic succession, as explained in the beginning of this chapter. The system of Krishna consciousness was first narrated to the sun god. The sun god explained it to his son Manu. Manu explained it to his son Ikshvaku, and the system is current on this earth from that very remote time. Therefore, one has to follow in the footsteps of previous authorities in the line of disciplic succession. Otherwise, even the most intelligent men will be bewildered regarding the standard actions of Krishna consciousness. For this reason, the Lord decided to instruct Arjuna in Krishna consciousness directly. Because of the direct instruction of the Lord to Arjuna, anyone who follows in the footsteps of Arjuna is certainly not bewildered. It is said that one cannot ascertain the ways of religion simply by imperfect experimental knowledge. Actually, the principles of religion can only be laid down by the Lord Himself. Dharmam tu sakshat bhagavad pranitam. No one can manufacture a religious principle by imperfect speculation. One must follow in the footsteps of great authorities like Brahma, Shiva, Narada, Manu, the Kumaras, Kapila, Prahlad, Bhishma, Shukadev Goswami, Yamaraj, Janaka and Bali Maharaj. By mental speculation, one cannot ascertain what is religion or self-realization. Therefore, out of causeless mercy to his devotees, the Lord explains directly to Arjuna what action is and what inaction is. Only action performed in Krishna consciousness can deliver a person from the entanglement of material existence. So what we'll do now is we'll recite some prayers for auspiciousness, for invocation, and then we'll try to discuss something. Om Jnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swaparantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavansha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parjana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Paran Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhan Vitansha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostate Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanusute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyasya Ripa Sindhubhya Evacha Naditanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar, Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane, Nirvishesha Shinnavadi Paschatya Deshatarane. Hare Krishna. So a very warm welcome to you all once again to this evening's Bhagavad Gita class. Before I begin, I seek blessings from you all that I may be able to speak something relevant for your divine pleasure and for my own purification. So Bhagavad Gita is a very wonderful book. Bhagavad Gita is a book of knowledge. Knowledge in Sanskrit is called Vidya. And there are different types of Vidya which are discussed in the Upanishads. How many Upanishads are there? Anyone knows? 108. 18 Puranas are there. 108 Upanishads. So Bhagavad Gita is also one of the Upanishads. Gita Upanishad. So Bhagavad Gita is also one of those 108 Upanishads. So these Upanishads, they talk about different types of Vidya. Vidya means that knowledge which helps one transcend suffering, which frees an individual from suffering. So the knowledge which we people get at our schools or universities, that is also in one sense Vidya. Why? Because if somebody is trained at school, if somebody studies nicely at school, they can transcend the suffering of poverty. They can go in the outside world, perform, and make a living. So the knowledge obtained in universities, although it may be Jada Vidya, but it is still a type of Vidya. It helps us provide with the basic necessities of life and hence transcend the misery of poverty. And there are a total of 32 types of Vidyas, and the topmost amongst them is Brahma Vidya. Brahma Vidya means transcendental knowledge, spiritual knowledge. On the Gita Jayanti day, last month in December, we celebrated the advent of Bhagavad Gita, Gita Jayanti, the day when Bhagavad Gita was spoken. So we tried to recite all the 700 shlokas of Bhagavad Gita. So at the end of every chapter, we were calling out, Om Tat Saditi Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Su Upanishatsu. The Upanishads, they talk about different types of Vidyas, 32 types of Vidyas, and the topmost is Brahma Vidya. Su Upanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam. And this transcendental knowledge or spiritual knowledge, it is so important that Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, Adhyatma Vidya Vidyayam. Amongst all types of knowledge, I am that Adhyatma Vidya, I am that spiritual knowledge. Adhyatma Vidya, Brahma Vidya is the same thing. So Krishna, he is emphasizing the importance of this transcendental knowledge in the 10th chapter. Now, Brahma Vidya also may be mentioned across different types of scriptures. There may be a variety of scriptures. Now, which type of scripture, which type of Shastra is Bhagavad Gita? Bhagavad Gita is Yoga Shastra. Supanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade. This book which contains the samvad between Shri Krishna and Arjuna. Samvad means conversation. This book which contains the conversation between Krishna and Arjuna, it is Yoga Shastra. It is that book, that Shastra, that scripture which helps an individual unite with Krishna. It is that book which takes a person closer to Krishna. Right? And an interesting thing to note is that at the end of every chapter name of Bhagavad Gita, the term yoga is there as a suffix. For example, the first chapter is Arjuna Vishad Yoga. Second chapter is, anyone knows? Sankhya Yoga. Third chapter is Karma Yoga. Fourth chapter is Jnana Karma Sannyas Yoga. In the fourth chapter, we are discussing fourth chapter, right? So in the fourth chapter, there is Jnana, there is Karma, there is Sannyas, and there is Yoga. All four are there. So, now somebody might ask, first chapter is entitled Arjuna Vishad Yoga. Vishad means lamentation. Vishad means misery. Vishad means confusion. How can confusion be yoga? How can confusion take an individual closer to Krishna? So, the answer is that it is possible. It is possible for a confusion to take someone closer to Krishna, because the confusion which has been talked about in the first chapter, it is not an ordinary confusion. It is the confusion of a person of the caliber of Arjuna. Arjuna, his mindset was not ordinary. His mindset was so high that even many of the moralists of this day and age, they'll not be on that level. They'll not be on that level. Arjuna, although apparently his confusion was material, it might seem that Arjun's confusion, Arjun's problem is relating to this world, to this material world, but no. It had the ability of taking someone closer to Krishna. Therefore it is said that if there's some misery, if there's some confusion, which is pushing a living entity closer to Krishna, that should be considered spiritual, even if it is apparently material, even if it is apparently relating to this world. Simple example from Srimad Bhagavatam, there's mention of prayers of Queen Kunti. Queen Kunti, she's praying, Vipadaha santuta shashvat tatra tatra jagat guru bhavato darshanam yatsyad apunar bhava darshanam. Kunti saying, Oh Krishna, let there be calamities, let there be problems, let there be miseries, let there be suffering, let there be pain. Why? Because when such pain, when such sufferings come to us, what happens? You are around. You are there to help us out. You are there to take care of us. When the things become easy going, when life becomes sorted, you go away back to your place and we don't get to see you. So, to hell with these external comforts, it's better to have miseries, it's better to have calamities, because by doing so, we get to remember you. So this was Queen Kunti's level, just imagine, totally indifferent to personal comforts, totally indifferent to external circumstances. Her only botheration is, her only concern is whether I'm able to remember Krishna. So such calamities she's asking for. And such calamities, they are not spiritual. Such calamities are worshipable. We should worship such sufferings, such calamities, such confusions. So in the first chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna puts forward 4 arguments or 4 confusions in front of Krishna. And the 5th argument comes in the 2nd chapter. Total of 5 arguments given by Arjuna. And guess what? At the end, after putting forward these 5 confusions, these 5 arguments, one of the most important incidents in the history of human race took place. One of the most important incidents in the history of humanity took place. What was that incident? The incident was that Arjuna surrendered to Krishna. Arjuna, he had taken shelter of Krishna. Arjuna sought guidance of Krishna. If that would not have happened, we would not be having the knowledge of Bhagavad Gita today with us. We would not be sitting here discussing Bhagavad Gita, right? So, this is what happened. And Arjuna, he is a person of such high character that he is saying, Oh Krishna, this war will bring about so much killing. And as a result, I lose my relatives. How can I enjoy without my relatives? How can I enjoy without my extended family? Nowadays, people are happy if extended family forgets them, if they don't care about them. Why? Because people want to have all the properties in their name. People want to have all the enjoyment by themselves. What to talk of extended family? Sometimes people try to run away even from the immediate family, right? Brother, sister, this, that, fighting. So, Arjuna, he's saying, Na cha shreyanupashyami hatva swajanam ahave. Hatva means killing. This killing of swajan, this killing of my very own relatives, I don't see how this will bring about any shreya, any good to me. I'll not be able to happily enjoy all the luxuries, all the comforts, all the kingdom that I'll be winning at the end of this war. And Arjuna is saying that these guys who are standing in front of me on the Kaurava side, many of them, they were aggressors. If not many, at least some. They did injustice to the Pandavas. They mistreated the Pandavas. So Arjuna is saying, I know that they are aggressors. They were unfair in their dealings. And hence, they are punishable. Some scriptures, they talk about killing of aggressors. Those scriptures which say that killing of aggressor is free from reaction. If you kill an aggressor, that does not produce any reaction. That scripture is a low class scripture. That is not such a good scripture. But high class scriptures, the Dharma Shastras, they will say that yes, aggressor has made a mistake, but if you kill the aggressor, you will incur some sin. There will be some reaction. Don't think that you will be free from reaction. So Arjuna knew this. Just imagine the level of knowledge of Arjuna. Arjuna is saying, if I kill them, I'll get reaction. Even if I forget about enjoying the kingdom by myself, there will be reaction. So Arjuna is on that level, He knows a lot of Shastra. And Arjuna is saying, therefore, O Krishna, better than engaging in this fight, what should I do? I should go, reside in the forest and start begging. It's better if I renounce everything. Just imagine, Many or most of us sitting over here, we cannot do that. And we people are not even kings. Arjuna, in spite of being a king, belonging to a Kshatriya family, a kingly family, he is saying, I am ready to become detached. This was the humility of Arjuna. This was the renunciation of Arjuna. This was the character of Arjuna. And therefore, Srila Prabhupada writes in the last verse of the first chapter. How many verses are there in first chapter? Anyone knows? 46, I think. So in the purport of the very last verse, Srila Prabhupada writes that such a soft-hearted person like Arjuna is fit to receive transcendental knowledge. So Arjuna was soft-hearted, although he was chastised by Krishna in the second chapter. Krishna is telling him off. Krishna is saying, oh Arjuna, you are not so intelligent. Krishna chastises him in an indirect way. Why? Because sometimes when things are spoken indirectly, they have a bigger impact. They have a greater impact. Even for glorification, not only for chastisement, even if we speak about glorification, let's say, if I tell someone, oh Mr. XYZ, or oh Mrs. XYZ, you are very beautiful. That's okay. That's a good glorification. But a better way to say that can be, no one is as beautiful as you. Right? That sounds slightly better. Similarly, Krishna could have said, oh Arjuna, you are a stupid fellow. But no, Krishna is saying, oh Arjuna, the way you are talking, intelligent people don't speak like that. So Arjuna, to absorb such a statement for a Kshatriya, it's heavy, So, yes, so Krishna did that on purpose. So Krishna is telling Arjuna that, Arjuna, your problem is that you are thinking about those things which are not fit to be thought about. You are contemplating upon those things which are not to be contemplated upon. So therefore, as a solution, you should do two things. What are those two things? One is, Krishna ends many verses in second chapter with this statement, Na tvam shochitum arahasi. Two things. One, you should stop thinking about those things which are not fit to be thought about. And second, you should start thinking about those things which are fit to be thought about. So basically, stop taking into consideration the material things and start thinking in spiritual terms. Don't be a materialist, oh Arjuna. Everyone in the world is a materialist. If you will also be, in spite of being my friend, my devotee, if you also will be a materialist, then that is not a good idea. A materialist is someone who lives as if matter is all that matters. Right? A materialist is someone who lives as if matter is all that matters. A spiritualist lives for those matters which matter more than the matter. That's not mine, has to run from somewhere. So, a materialist lives as if matter is everything, as if matter is all that matters. And a spiritualist lives for those matters which are more important, which matter more than the matter. So Krishna is telling Arjuna, you need to rise above the mundane plane. You need to come to the spiritual plane. You are speaking as if you are a big jnani. You are very knowledgeable. So there are two types of people. One is called jnani, one is called karmi. Jnani means those who give emphasis on knowledge. Karmis are those who emphasize on work. So, since time immemorial, there has been a conflict between these two parties. The Jnanis, they criticize the Karmis that you people are sense enjoyers. You go out to work in the material world, in the outside world. You give the excuse that you have to maintain your body, you have to maintain your family. But the end result is you end up engaging in sense gratification. The end result is you end up indulging in sense enjoyment. So, this is not so good. And karmis, they criticize the jnanis as, you people simply sit, eat and sleep. You are good for nothing. You only philosophize. Arey bhai, before you go out and philosophize, first achieve something. First become an achiever, then become a philosopher. Right? This is their argument. So, the wonderful thing about Bhagavad Gita is that it resolves all such conflicts. Bhagavad Gita resolves all such confusions. Therefore, Bhagavad Gita is revered, is honored by people from all parts of the globe. This is revered by all types of scholars, Bhagavad Gita did something which many or most of the literatures could not do earlier. So, yes. So, how does Krishna go on to resolve these two things, this confusion between work and knowledge? So, Krishna is saying that there is no confusion between work and knowledge because you cannot work without knowledge. It's not possible to work without knowledge. Let's say somebody has knowledge, but they don't work. Right? Somebody spent time cultivating knowledge. Somebody gave their time and energy assimilating knowledge, but they don't work based on that. Then that goes to show that all of their endeavor was a waste of time. They simply wasted time in sitting in classes, by reading scripture. It was all nothing but a waste of time. And if somebody, for example, let's say, if I read Bhagavad Gita 2.13, Krishna is saying, you are not this body, you are spirit soul. Right? This is a theoretical statement. It is a good piece of information. But if we don't use this information, then this information will not become realization. Until unless we apply this information in the practical world, it will not bring about realizations. It will simply remain a theoretical statement. So how does information transform into realization? When we go out and work. So working is essential. Simply sitting idle is not the solution. Simple example, let's say a student, he is studying in school. There are two types of classes. One is called theory class, the other one is called the practical lessons. So if somebody simply goes and sits in the theory lessons and does not attend the laboratory class, what will happen? His sitting in the theory class is nothing but a waste of time, right? Why did you attend those classes in the first place? And if somebody goes straight to the laboratory, what he'll do? He'll create a big mess, right? Because that fellow skipped the theory classes. Shri Shri Radha Gokulanand ki, Shri Shri Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman ki. Because that fellow skipped the theory classes, he doesn't know how to work in the laboratory. So this is something what Krishna is trying to tell, that both are important, both are equally important. And the second chapter of Bhagavad Gita talks about this. It talks about work, it talks about jnana. And the whole summary of Gita has been presented in second chapter. Therefore, the title of this chapter is Contents of Gita Summarized. All the chapters from 3 to 18 have been summarized in chapter 2. And at the end of chapter 2, in the beginning of chapter 3, Arjuna's confusion still remained. Arjuna was not enlightened. Arjuna was still confused. Therefore, he goes on to ask Krishna in the beginning of third chapter. Again he says, Krishna, again I'm asking, should I work or not work? Now why did this happen? Krishna spoke an entire chapter. Why did this happen? Because Krishna's speaking of second chapter was like a heavy pouring of knowledge. It was like waterfall. Anyone here ever seen a waterfall in their life? Okay. So what happens when waterfall is there? The force of water is really high. If somebody wants to collect water in a bowl, if that fellow takes bowl in that waterfall and brings the bowl back, what will happen? Will the bowl have any water? No. Very little bit of water. Hardly any water. Why? Because the force was so high that the bowl could not retain it. Similarly, Krishna's speaking of second chapter, it was so intense, it was so fast paced that Arjuna could hardly retain anything. So therefore, Krishna had to again start Bhagavad Gita in chapter 3. So chapter 3 is in one sense the beginning of Bhagavad Gita. So Krishna starts at a slower pace this time. Krishna said, okay, what do you do? So you understand, what you need to do is understand that I am the Yajna Purush, I am the master of all sacrifices, and what you do is make a sacrifice for me, offer something to me. Now this conception of sacrifice is very interesting. Why sacrifice needs to be done? Because let's say I have some possessions. So if I am in ignorance, I'll think that these possessions belong to me. I'll think that this bag belongs to me. I'll think that this mobile phone belongs to me. This laptop belongs to me. My bank balance belongs to me. This is ignorance. Everything belongs to Krishna, right? Krishna is the master of everything. But fine, no problem. If you have this ignorance for the time being, that's fine. Carry on with this ignorance. And assuming all those things belong to you, make a small offering. Offer a small portion of those possessions to Krishna. By that, what will happen? We will purify that ignorance within us. Because when we make a sacrifice, we are sacrificing our attachment. We are offering a portion of our attachment. And what do attachments do? Attachments bring about misery, right? Why do all the miseries exist in this world? Because we are attached. So when we are offering attachment, we are also offering misery. So therefore, those who regularly indulge in making sacrifices, their miseries reduce. They experience less number of miseries in life. And this process of offering regular sacrifices, what it does, it purifies the consciousness, it relieves a person from ignorance. And Krishna, he says that this sacrifice is so important that even the perfected beings indulge in this. 18th chapter, Krishna is saying, Yagya, Dana, Tapaha. These things are not to be given up even by the exalted personalities. In the 3rd chapter, Krishna gives examples of 2 personalities. One is his own example, and the second one is, who's the second personality in Bhagavad Gita, 3rd chapter? Janak Maharaj. So Krishna is saying, Janaka, he is self-realized. He does not need to perform any sacrifice because he is exalted. He is already on that transcendental platform. But still, he does so. He still performs sacrifice, or when he was on the planet, he performed those sacrifices because he wanted to set a system in the world. He wanted to establish the right thing. If Janaka would not have done that, people, they would have copied him saying that our king is not doing so. Why should I do it? People would not see that Janaka is qualified. Janaka is self-realized. People, in spite of being unqualified, they stop doing sacrifices. Therefore, Krishna speaks that verse, that famous verse. Yad yadacharati shreshthas tattadevetaro jana sayar pramadam kurte lokas tadanu vartate. The standard which are set by the leaders, the common people follow. So, Krishna is telling that if leaders like Janak Maharaj do not set this system of sacrifice, the common people, they will start running away from their responsibilities. Running away from responsibilities is not the way to get purified. Just like if somebody spends a day in a dirty place, as a result, what will happen? They will accumulate some dirt on their body. To get rid of that dirt, that person will have to come back to their house and take a shower, take a bath. But in the process of that taking shower, what they'll have to do, they'll have to apply another layer of dirt, which is called soap. That is essential, that is necessary to remove the original layer of dirt. If the new layer is not applied, the original layer cannot come off. Similarly, when we want to get purified, running away from responsibilities is not the solution. Running away from responsibilities is not the way. The right way is to execute sacrifices while executing those responsibilities, while indulging in those responsibilities. So, and one more thing which we need to keep in mind is these sacrifices, they should be performed as per scriptures. They should not be performed as per our mental speculation. A nice example comes in 89th chapter of Krishna book. Vrikasur, this guy wanted to please Lord Shiva. And what he thought, I'll offer my flesh in the fire to please Lord Shiva. By this, Lord Shiva will be pleased quickly. He'll come in front of me faster. But that was a stupid idea. That is not recommended in the Shastra. That is not the way to worship Lord Shiva. Right? So this is something, this is a sacrifice. He is sacrificing his bodily flesh, but that is not recommended. Similarly, right now, January is going on around October, November time, when we celebrate this month of Kartik in the ISKCON world. In all ISKCON temples, there are some devotees, who start taking up different types of vows and practices, sankalpas. So one very common sankalpa is people give up sweets. People stop taking sweets. And this is okay, but there are better things which can be done, Why? Because sweets, if by giving up sweets, we would be going back to Godhead, then all the diabetic patients, they would be sitting in the spiritual world. Right? So, the idea behind sacrifice, the idea behind austerity, the idea behind penance is we should be able to do something extra. That's the idea behind giving up attachment. If we are giving up attachment, that means we should have more time to do more important things, right? So that's the idea behind sacrifice. One word for sacrifice or austerity or penance is extra. Are we able to do some extra spiritual practices? So that is, so that is sacrifice. And then comes fourth chapter. So if somebody will perform sacrifice for a good amount of time, what will happen? That guy will realize, Arey bhai, I have been doing this since so many days. Since past such and such time I have been doing the sacrifice. For whom am I doing it? To who? To which personality are all these offerings going to? So then that person will develop a curiosity to cultivate jnana, to know about Krishna. And that's the fourth chapter. Krishna is speaking about his transcendental nature. Krishna is saying, Janma karma cha me divyam evam yaveti tattvataha. Krishna is saying, Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata paritranaya sadhuna vina. Like that, many verses explaining his transcendental nature. So fourth chapter is knowledge plus sacrifice. Both the things are there. And knowledge is extremely important. So much so that the 37th verse of this chapter says, Yathai si samidva agnir bhasmasat kurute arjuna jnanagni sarva karmani bhasmasat kurute yatha. The translation says, as a blazing fire turns firewood to ashes, O Arjuna, so does the fire of knowledge burn to ashes all reactions to material activities. So cultivating jnana, cultivating knowledge is very important, Yes. And now comes today's verse. Can someone scroll to Sanskrit? No, Sanskrit. Yeah. So there are two words in the first line, karma and akarma. Kim karma, kim akarmeti. So in the previous verse, Bhagavad Gita 4.15, Krishna, after speaking about his nature, he says, all the liberated souls in ancient times, O Arjuna, acted with this understanding of my nature. Therefore, what you should do? You should perform your karma, you should perform your action following in their example. So you should follow the example of these exalted personalities and do karma according to the way, the standards which they have set. So now the natural question comes, what is karma? So here Krishna is saying that, O Arjuna, now I'll explain to you what is karma and what is akarma. What is action and what is inaction. Karma here is referring to any activity. It might be good, it might be bad. Now what are good activities, what are bad activities? That will be discussed in the next shloka, 4.17. We are not discussing that today. So important thing is, there are two categories according to this verse. One is called karma and the other one is akarma. Now akarma has been used in two ways in the pages of Bhagavad Gita. One akarma is the famous akarma. The karma which is called bhakti. That activity which does not produce any reaction, which does not produce any fruitive result, or devotional service, or bhakti. That is akarma. Another akarma is inactivity, when a person runs away from responsibilities, when a person runs away from activity. That type of activity has been discouraged in the pages of Bhagavad Gita. Simple reference, Bhagavad Gita 2.47. Karmanyevadhikaraste. How many of you know this verse? That is a famous verse. Every Hindu should be knowing this. If you do not know this verse, this goes to show that you have never opened a copy of Bhagavad Gita. So please go back home and open a copy of Bhagavad Gita. So, karmanyevadhikaraste ma phaleshu gadachana ma karma phala hetur bhur ma te sangastva akarmani. Akarmani. So here Krishna is criticizing, O Arjuna, never become attached to not doing your duty. You should always do your duty. Never become attached to inactivity. I remember once I was at my university and there was a tough competition for placements, for job interviews. So I was competing with computer science students. My competitors, they were world rank 41, world rank 42. They were not just North India toppers. They were not just country toppers. They were world toppers. So sometimes discouragement comes, So I thought, oh, okay, enough, I don't want to sit for placements only. So my brother was trying to uplift me. And when he ran out of ideas, he quoted this shloka, Bhagavad-gita 2.47. He said, oh, Ananta, you need to remember, Krishna is saying, never become attached to not doing your duty. Inactivity, it is unhealthy. Inactivity is so unhealthy that Srila Prabhupada, he spoke in one of his lectures that it is better to act in a mischievous way than to sit idly. It is better to act in a wicked way than to sit and do nothing. It's not that Srila Prabhupada is trying to encourage the mischievous behavior. No. Srila Prabhupada is not trying to encourage the living entities to act in a wicked way. No, not at all. What Srila Prabhupada is trying to say is, firstly, inaction or inactivity is impractical. That is not possible. And second, it is degrading. Krishna says in 3rd chapter, Na hi kaschit chanamapi jatu tishthatya karma krit. That if somebody thinks that I'll sit down and I'll have some spiritual thoughts, let's meditate on some spiritual subject matters, let's do nothing. Because whenever I do something, there's some fight, there's some misery, there's some problem. So let's sit idly for some time. So Krishna is saying, firstly, that's not possible. And second, that is quite degrading. So don't even think about it. When somebody is acting, even if it's in a mischievous way, 3 things happen. 3 things. First, the person's senses become engaged. The person is engaged in some way or the other. Second, the person faces consequences. There's some result. Either the result will be bad or good, but there will be some consequence, some reaction. And third, the person will learn through experience. The person will take responsibility of those outcomes. So this is the benefit of doing something. So if we ever think about giving up our responsibilities, enough is enough. I have done so much for my family, not a single thank you. I'm going to ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor. Don't expect me to return back. No, that's not ideal, So, and if somebody is, idle, then, sorry, I'm getting a phone call. If somebody is idle, then this will breed laziness, this will breed illusion, This will breed, person externally might be sitting doing nothing, but internally he'll be contemplating, okay, when can I engage in this form of enjoyment, when can I engage in that form of enjoyment. So this is not so healthy. To give you an example, if a child is mischievous, naughty, 2 things. Firstly, at least the child is alive, at least he's living, at least he's breathing. And secondly, even if he is misbehaving, his actions can be redirected. His activities can be transformed, right? But if some fellow, he's sitting, he is not wanting to do anything. So there's no point of transformation, there's no point of positive engagement, right? So therefore, it's always better to engage in some activity rather than sitting and doing nothing in the name of spirituality. Now, what all things are worth, are befitting, what all things are worthy of our actions, what all things are fit to be done, what all things are not fit to be done, that will be talked about in tomorrow's class. So just like you all have turned up today, please also show up tomorrow. Yeah, that was mostly it from me. Any comments, questions, feedback, criticism? Yes, Prabhuji, Vinesh Prabhu, my good friend. Hare Krishna.
Thank you for the amazing class and your reflections on this through the cyclic succession and from Krishna will give the person intelligence to, really, really progress. You also reflected on that, how Srila Prabhupada ends that chapter, and the first chapter, I think you mentioned, and you said, such a soft-hearted person, such as Arjun, is, able to receive this knowledge.
Mhm.
So can you share some ideas of how to become soft-hearted so we can be recipients of this knowledge?
How to become soft-hearted? Generally, we people become hard-hearted because we follow our mind. When we like to do something, we do it. When we don't like to do it, when we don't feel like doing it, we don't do it. So, when we are driven by the mind, when we are driven by the emotions, when we are driven by feelings, that makes a person hard-hearted. That makes a person think about his own feelings and makes that fellow indifferent to the feelings of others, right? So what I try to follow personally is not be driven by feelings and be driven by duty, be driven by purpose. And this is what Krishna also says in Bhagavad Gita, Vyavasayatnika buddhir ekeha kurunandana. O Arjuna, have a goal and become committed to that goal. Try to be driven by that goal. Don't try to be driven by feelings. Those who are driven by feelings, they don't have a goal in mind. They don't have a goal in life. And therefore, they are always distracted. They are always frustrated. And if you ask them, these people who are driven by feelings, if you ask them, hey, why don't you have a goal in mind? Why don't you have a purpose? Why are you not committed to a purpose? They'll reply, we don't have a purpose because we want to eat, drink, and be merry. We want to have fun. We don't want to become bound. If I have a purpose, I'll become bound. So I want to have a great time. And it's true. Those who are driven by feelings, they may have a great time. But those who are driven by purpose, they have a great life. Those who are driven by feelings, they may know how to look cool. Those who are driven by purpose, they know how to be cool. Those who are driven by feelings, they chase fleeting pleasures. Those who are driven by purpose, they build lasting legacies. So, those who are driven by feelings, they get easily carried away by the ups and downs of life. They think that ups and downs are life. No, ups and downs are not life. Ups and downs are part of life. A nice example somebody gave to me that after 2007 Cricket World Cup, how many of you like cricket? Yeah? Okay, quite a few. So after 2007 Cricket World Cup, Adam Gilchrist, he was interviewed. And the interviewer asked, Mr. Gilchrist, do you have any plans for retirement? Are you planning to retire from the cricket world? For those of you who don't know, 2007 Cricket World Cup was won by Australia, and Adam Gilchrist was an Australian cricketer. So this question was asked because that's what everyone does. Everyone tries to end their career on a high note. Everyone tries to retire after winning some World Cup, winning some tournament, winning some Champions Trophy, winning some league. Simple example, after 2024 T20 World Cup. 2024 T20 World Cup was won by India. And on the day of finale, 3 Indian legends signed their resignation. Which 3? Virat Kohli, Ravindra Jadeja and Rohit Sharma. Why? Because this is what everyone does. Everyone tries to end their career on a high note. Why? Because if they do so, they'll be remembered for life as someone who has done something great for the country. So this interviewer, with the same mindset, inquired from Gilchrist that, do you have any plans for retirement? And everybody expected a yes. But Gilchrist gave a response which was totally unexpected. He said, Adam Gilchrist doesn't make a decision when it's too high or too low. Adam Gilchrist doesn't make a decision when it's too high or too low. He knew that success or failure is not my career. Success or failure is a part of my career. So he knew that I don't have to be driven by feelings, I have to be driven by purpose. We should never make permanent decisions based on temporary feelings. So, yes, so that's one thing that I have tried to reflect upon, that when we are too much bothered about our feelings, we become indifferent to the feelings of others, and hence that leads to hard-heartedness. So we should try to have a purpose and be driven by it. Hope that helps. Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Gaur Premanande. Right now we'll have Aarti in next 1 minute. Please stay. Hare Krishna.
Krishna.
श्री श्री राधा गोकुलानंद भगवान की, श्री सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान की, श्री श्री गौर निताय की। किवा जयो जयो गौरा चांदे, आरती को शोभा। कि बजयो जयो गौरा चांदे, आरती को शोभा। जानवे तटवने जगमान लोभा। दक्षिण निताय चांद, बामे गदाधारा। ताय चांद, बामे गदाधारा। नैनीताय चांद, बामे निकटे अद्वैत श्रेणी वास छत्रधारा। बसी आछे गोरा चांद, रत्न सिंहासने। बसी आछे हसाने आरती करे न ब्रह्मा आदि देवगणे आरती करे न ब्रह्मा आदि देवगणे नर हरि आदि करी चामर ढुलाया नर हरि आदि करी चामर ढुलाया ओ हरि आदि करी संजय मुकुंद वासु गोसादिगाय शंख बाजे घंटा बाजे बाजे करताल शंख बाजे घंटा बाजे बाजे करताल माधुरा मृदंग बजे परम रसाल मधुरा मृदंग बजे परम रसाल शंख बजे घंटा बजे मधुर 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 बजे शंख बजे घंटा बजे मधुर 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 बजे शंख बजे घंटा बजे मधुर 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 बजे Hari Bol. Bahu koti Chandra jini Vadana ujvala. Bahu koti Chandra jini Vadana ujvala. Gala deshe vanamala kore jalamala. Shiva sukana radha premi gada gada. Shiva sukha narada premi gada gada. Bhakati vinoda dekhe Gaurara sampada. Jayo Jayo Gaura Chandir Arati ko shobha. Jayo Jana bitata vane jagamana lobha. Gaurangera arati ko shobha jaga jana mana lobha. Gaurangera arati ko shobha jaga jana mana lobha. Gaurangera arati ko shobha jaga jana mana lobha. Jaga jana mana lobha. Jaga jana mana lobha. Jaya Gauranitai 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 Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Rama Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Gauranitai 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 Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Srila Prabhupada Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Gaura Hari Bol
So now we will say Pramadvani prayers. Please bow down if you have space. Otherwise, if you don't have space, you can hold your hands in front of you. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Ashto Tarasata Shri Srimad. His Divine Grace Srila Abhay Charanaravinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Ashto Tarasata Shri Srimad. His Divine Grace Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki. Prem Sekaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Ki. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinatha Shamakunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki. Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki. Shri Navadvip Dham Ki. Ganga Mai Ki. Yamuna Mai Ki. Bhakti Devi Ki. Tulasi Devi Ki. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki. Jayanitai Gaura Premanandi Haribo. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories onto the lotus feet of Sri Sri Guru Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. We say all glories to Srila Prabhupada, and at the end of the kirtan we chant Jai Prabhupada. And Srila Prabhupada, he is sitting at the back of the temple room, looking at Shri Shri Gauranitai, Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda, Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman, and they are looking at him. And therefore, during the arti, we want, as far as possible, to remember that and to allow some corridor of space up the center of the temple room so that Srila Prabhupada has a clear vision. And we don't want to have our back directly blocking his view of the Lord. So that's why we're asking for this small corridor during the arti. Of course, when the temple room is absolutely jam-packed, it may be difficult to establish this, but when it's not jam-packed, at least we can do our best. Okay, thank you all very much. Please sit down, and we will sing prayers to Lord Nrsimhadev. Please be seated. Hare Krishna, thank you. One lady wanted to sing? Who's that? Okay, she's gone, so you're up.
Namaste Narasimhaya Pralada Lada Daine Hiranyakashi Purvakshaha Tantana Kalae Ito Nasimo Parato Nasimo जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे कर कमल वरे नका अद्भुत श्रृंगार ललिता हिरण्य कशिपु अनुप्रेंगा केशवलीका हर हरि रूपा जय जय जगदीश हरे जगदीश हरे जय नरसिंहदेव 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 जय नरसिंहदेव जय प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद श्री नरसिंह भगवान की प्रहलाद महाराज की गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल. Thank you very much all for attending the Aarti. Prashadam is now being served outside in the adjacent room, and the next Aarti will be at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
काम भनेको कोही
लगाउको मन नत्र यिनीहरू पछाडि गाउनु लगाउने एक्सिडेन्ट भएर गाउँ भन्नु
मेरो भुल छ. विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांता स्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषशून्यवादी पाश्चात्यदेशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Gaura Hari Bol Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Gaura Hari Bol Shri Nam Sankirtan Ki Srila Prabhupada Ki Nitai Gaur Premanande
Hare Krishna. Haribol, welcome to Wednesday Night Kirtan, everyone. Hare Krishna. So every now and then we like to read something on the holy name, and we have Sri Namamrita, which is a collection of tons of different statements from Srila Prabhupada from all over the different shastras, Science of Self-Realization, Chaitanya Charitamrita, Bhagavatam, etc. And it's all about holy names. So I thought we could read something at random, so tell me when to stop. Here we go. So there's a few ones here. And this one caught my eye, the progressive development of the chanting of the holy name. A bona fide spiritual master chants the holy names, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. And the transcendental sound vibration enters into the ear of the disciple. And if a disciple follows in the footsteps of his spiritual master and chants the holy name with similar respect, he actually comes to worship the transcendental name. When the transcendental name is worshipped by the devotee, the name himself spreads his glories within the heart of a devotee. When a devotee is perfectly qualified in chanting the transcendental vibration of the holy name, he is quite fit to become a spiritual master and to deliver all people of the world. The chanting of the holy name is so powerful that it gradually establishes its supremacy above everything in the world. The devotee who chants it becomes transcendently situated in ecstasy and sometimes laughs, cries, and dances on a Wednesday night at Bhaktivedanta Manor. Shri Harinam Prabhu Ki Jai. This is from Teachings of Lord Chaitanya. That was where that excerpt from. So may we all dance in ecstasy and maybe some crying. Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shri Mate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Desatharine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda. One more time please. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta. One more. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone please, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. One more, Hari Bol, everyone please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, oh Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One more, everyone please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Everyone please, Haribo, Haribo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One more, Haribo, Haribo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, oh Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Harinam Prabhu ki jai.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Jai Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Shri Radhe. Jai Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Shri Radhe. Jai Radha Gokula Nanda, Radha Gokula Nanda, Shri Radhe. Jai Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jai Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gauranitai, Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai, Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada.
Sai Gaura Premanandi Hari Hari.
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Want to do what we want me to do?
Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Simam Hadim Sharanam Prabhade Navakala Kamalavade Nakam Adbhuta Srinam Kashipu Tanu Brigam Keshavadita Narayani Rupa Jai Jagadisha Jaya Jagadisha Jai Jagadisha Jaya Jagadisha Jaya Narasimhade Jaya Narasimhade Jaya Narasimhade Jaya Narasimhade Jaya Pralamahara Jaya Pralamahara Jaya Pralamahara Jaya Pralamahara Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Shri Radhe. Jaya Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman. Jaya Gauranitai 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Premanande, Haribo. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyeva patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namo. Anantikoti Vaishnavinda ki jai. Harinam 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 eva kevalam Rodadisteva Nasteva Nasteva Irhyandara.
And then I'll be, then we'll be, then I'll just be, one thing, that's how you're getting it. We've been told about this before. I need to man now. You need to stop and then well, then you've got to listen to Jill. No, I'm not listening. I just might not give it to you. Then listen to Jill, okay? I want you here. Certain things. Okay? But as long as you can behave yourself, you have to see it going. That's all up to you, guys. Well, that's all in your hands, mate. I'm telling you. It's all up to you.